Good morning, one and all. I'll wait just a moment. It would seem that we're live both on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, just a second. Now Twitch and YouTube. Okay, fair enough. We're good to go. Good morning. I'm gonna do a bit of a replay of one of the new missions, but because I was a little disappointed, to be honest, with the hardcore version of Cryogenic. On normal version, we didn't go to mine the veins or extract the veins. I keep saying mine. Mining is for the nodes. Extracting is for the veins. Gotta get that through my head. We didn't do any extracting on the original version because once I'd actually finished the mission, I got back to my house and the place was destroyed through the stupid bug that they have related to things being in caves. Okay, granted, it's a wooden house inside a cave on a Voyager level extreme weather mission, but inside the cave it should never take damage. When you're in the general vicinity of your house, it never does. I can go maybe like 4 or 5 grid squares away and even spend days away, come back and it's just fine. You start to go further than that away, then it seems to become unloaded, and then what is it? The fact that it's sheltered by a cave is no longer taken into consideration on those buildables, so it takes damage. And I got back to the base where I could have repaired, but my problem was the crafting bench and the machining bench that had basically all the materials that I'd gathered had been destroyed and their overflow bags. But because I'd disconnected and reconnected a number of times, the overflow bags themselves have disappeared as well. So I was like, fuck this, I've done the mission, we'll extract on the next one, we'll prepare differently. And I did on the hardcore, which we streamed yesterday, or earlier today, should I say. And it was an absolutely ludicrously low yield. One of the veins had like 94, 95, 96, something like that. Another one had like 110, and the other one had a similarly ridiculously low yield. I had like 315 exotics out of 3 veins in total. That's just not on. Well, I had 3 veins and I found one mineable node. That's just not on. I've got more exotics out of one single vein on normal missions, let alone hardcore. So I was peeved to say the least. So uh, the Unearthed research gave a good yield. Yeah, I got 700-ish exotics from the 3 veins, and I've now got a little bit of I got some info from people. I got a little bit of a updated strategy on how to go about mining with multiple extractors as a solo, which was quite interesting info. I know it wouldn't have occurred to me, to be honest. To take the fabricator with you and the materials, and then you make the extra 1 or 2 extractors as you need it there, and then you just right click destroy them to get some of the materials back, and it's only 5 electronics and 20 iron, so it's fuck all. And then picking everything up and moving on to the next one. So for a vein that's going to yield, let's say, what is it? Where's my calculator? So let's say for a vein that's going to yield about, let's round it off in threes. Yeah, it's going to yield about 260 a vein. That's obvious. 120 divided by 90. That's 1.3. Yeah, so it takes half an hour to empty one can. 0.3. So it's going to take about 40 minutes to mine a vein, extract a vein, instead of like over an hour. Yeah, which helps a lot. Then we can just then we don't have to we don't have to spend so much time in the area we're at Yeah, and basically we just go out maybe on one or even two little excursions from our ad hoc setup to gather other materials, and then Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, we're done. Yeah, and then we move on to the next, which and this time around I'm probably going to do the extraction of the veins and get the exotics back home before I actually do the well, I say home as in back to the drop pod. As much as I possibly can, I'll get back to the drop pod, and then we'll get as close to mission complete as possible, and then we'll invite some people in to join in the either possibly join in the boss fight. I'm not really relishing the idea of that because uh, it's very hit and miss as to what the synchronization is like when others are on, and I really don't like how much lag and desynchronization there is when trying to fight animals with other people on the prospect. I can't hit the broadside of a barn sometimes when there's other people on prospect, and other times I can play and fight and everything just like I was solo. So it's really weird. That's one thing that they really need to put a lot more work into. Anyway, swiftly moving on. I've got barely any currency and exotics because I went nuts in the workshop yesterday. I bought. I've already had two bows because two of my three characters had a bow, but I bought another one. And then for this character that I'm going to use now, I didn't have the exotics to go all out and buy another Inaris, but I bought him a G. Yeah, the guy that watches the streams, usually Stormy. He mentioned that he'd had good success with that one, and it was well priced. So I thought I'd go with that over the normal MXC, because I'd normally just take the MXC with me. So until we can buy ourselves another Inaris for this character, I got a G, and I got a Nev's pick, and I bought this dude Sen axe as well. So we've got. Oh, it's my other character. It's the Diamond Hammer. It's sorry, it's the Sacrifice 12 character that I gave the other knife. Okay, sorry. Yeah, but anyway, we've got the Nev's pick here. I switched out the dong. I'm keeping the sushi because this is good for copper and gold, and then the dong that I usually bring with me I switched out for the Nevs, and I thought I'd throw in a bundle of arrows so we can hit the ground running, especially seeing as we're going to be dropping in the Riverlands. Yeah, let's bring the map in here, shall we? Seeing as we're going to be dropping in the Riverlands on this mission up here, and then we're going to have to trek all the way over here. And I'm gonna do it the quick and dirty way. I'm gonna go to the east, come in through the Arctic. This is a relatively quick trek across here, then cross the desert, come down through the M9 M10 cave. Yeah, and then come down here, and we're going to do much the same thing as we did on our original try. This cave right here, we're going to set up in the mouth of that cave, and then we can run power out to the analyzer on pylons, exactly the same as we did last time. Yeah, and then we're gonna need power and water in the house as well anyway, so we'll be able to put down a water pump on the little pool of water that's inside in the cave, so we'll have everything nicely self-contained in the cave, and we'll just bring out pylons for the electricity and water for the actual analyzer. But that'll be like the end of the game. We're gonna go and extract the 3 veins first, and I'm hoping that I'm gonna set up shop here with a really basic place, and then quickly scout out these caves. Well, one mainly for gold, another more pressing resources. But I want to see if there's any deep ore. I want to see what deep ore veins are here, and we'll try and get up to the electric deep ore miner as quickly as possible. definitely going to build a little concrete base in there as fast as possible, because like what I was saying earlier about going away for a certain distance for a certain period of time, this vein down here is close enough that if I just built a wooden structure inside that cave and I went down to this one, and let's say in game time I spent even like 2 or 3 days away from home down here, I'd come home and the place would still be undamaged just fine. Yeah, but this, and especially this, is far enough away that this becomes unloaded or whatever it is. Yeah, whatever difference there is, and the wooden and stone buildables take damage, even though they shouldn't, because for some reason once it becomes unloaded from memory or whatever, then it's still keeping track. The sheltered effect from the cave doesn't apply to it anymore, and then you come back to a place that's battered and torn, which is what happened to me on the first the basic cryogenic research before I on the hardcore, before I made a concrete shack. Anyway, without further ado and blah blah, that's just going over roughly what we're gonna do. Let's get on with it. What prospects are running? Who's that? He just started a ramp up stockpile. That's a good one as well. That's a good one. Anyway, I'm wondering when these guys are gonna finish. That's a 30-day prospect, and they've already been on there for now nearly 12 days. They were on their first day and they hadn't even started the prospect when 3 of the 4 of them died, and I went in to rescue them. They must be making best use of the time on the timer as possible. I should have that's something I learned from what I did there. I should have just left my character on planet, just disconnected, and then message the guy every so often, or let him know that my character's there. Let me know when you guys finish, then I'll leave. Because if he needs a rescue again, I can't go back now because I left by dropship. If I just left my character on planet and disconnected, yeah, I could just reconnect and then go and rescue them again. But anyway, we live and learn. Because once I've joined, leaving straight away, there's no real point to it because it doesn't free up a slot. Yeah, I asked the devs that on the Discord. Yeah, once someone's joined, even if they leave, then that's 1 slot taken from the 8 people. Yeah, so but if you're not actually going to play with those people, or you're not going to play very often, then it's better just to leave your character there, and worst case scenario, leave just before the timer runs out. If the others have already done it, let's say, you might not be in communication with them. They might not, or they just maybe forget to let you know that they've finished. Just leave your character there. Then in case they actually need assistance, you can still go back in again. But anyway, I'm still waiting for them to finish because that's a good one. Voyager recovery is a decent amount of moolah and exotics, and I think they're taking as long as they're taking because they're going to extract the veins as well. So that's going to be a nice little bonus, nice little payout for very little effort. Where are we? Unearthed research. I'm still waiting for this shit, and I haven't done this station to station stuff. Where is it? Station to station hardcore extended survey. I just can't really be bothered to do what is it? Hardcore missions for anything less than 600. This 450 and 50 exotics is a little meh. Yeah, when we're looking at missions this far across on the mission tree. Yeah, look, Voyagers 650, 200, cryogenic 650, 350. And then the normal one, 650, 200, which is still good because if you extract the veins, you get a decent amount of extra money. And this is 600, 200. And it's not difficult. It's not hardcore, and it's not even difficult. It's two skulls. Yeah, and this has got good veins. So you can potentially leave this with 600 bucks and over 900 exotics. And you can do it relatively quickly. Like if you had a group, it's these kinds of missions that I'd recommend doing as like a 3 or 4 man. Yeah, because if you do Spirit Walk, yeah, great. You can possibly be lucky and come off planet with like 1,000 exotics, but that's it. Because there's no objective, there's no actual reward. Yeah, so you're going to spend the same amount of time mining up the 3 veins just for the exotics. If you do this, yeah, you've got a little bit of objective stuff to do. 1, it gives you a little bit of purpose, and 2, you get 600 bucks as well. Yeah. This is okay for people that look, I'm not saying don't do it. This is good because it's a 30-day prospect. This is good for people that want to like Minecraft style it. They want to go down, just enjoying the scenery. I'd do it. Yeah, if I wanted a bit of chill, I could take one of my other characters, drop him in there, and then just build away. Yeah, and then at least at the end of it, I've got the bonus of having extracted the exotics. Yeah, I'll just, do something creative. But if you want play and you want a bit, at least a mild challenge and a bit more of a reward, then I'd much rather I'd sooner recommend some of these other missions because they've got both a cash monetary reward and exotics as well as what you extract from the veins. Anyway,
ACS might have all the tech in the world, but they need someone who knows Icarus.
that'll be me.
Things haven't been running smoothly down there for them. They've been losing teams, equipment,
Amateurs.
and resources. So they're looking to outsource someone with a proven record, because this one's gonna get wild.
Leave it to me, Sol. Bow, picks, campfire, backpacks, add lift, mass dampener, park. Let's get it on! I still feel that the armor and the backpacks shouldn't show up in the drop ship, or at least one of them. If you take multiple backpacks and the extras, yes, but the first backpack should go into a backpack slot because you're going to be wearing that anyway, as well as 2 of the modules. So the arm and the canteen and the oxygen thing. If you've got space for it in your suit, why wouldn't you have it in your suit when you drop? Speaking of which, put that there. Mass dampener. Mass dampener.
When you're working for the ACS, you always know where you stand. You're a tool. There's a lot riding on this one. And
They can get wrecked.
They sent the objectives through already, so get to the zone as soon as you can. And hope you got better luck than their last crew.
I have to take it away from the map because that just freezes up my entire fucking computer. Okay, so we need to be heading from there more or less just straight through the little pass. Oh, we landed across the other side of the river, okay. One thing I could get out of the way, which would be nice and interesting, there's a cave up above us here. We could set up, it'll probably be 90% of it will be destroyed by the time we actually get back here, though, wouldn't it? Same problem as with setting up in the cave elsewhere. I'm gonna want a little shelter near the dropship because we're going to be mining up so many exotics that it's not all going to fit in one dropship. Or sorry, it's not all going to fit in one dropship. We're going to have to carry the majority of it out on our person. but I don't want to do what a lot of other people do and walk home, walk out, using that as a way around the encumbrance. Yeah, that's the guy I helped out yesterday lost all of his shit because he tried doing that, even with my help. Because at the last minute he was taking a lot of damage in the storm that popped up on us, and he died just when he was clicking extract from prospect. So I'd rather spend the time and make a couple of runs with stuff and have a little shack in a cave somewhere and stockpile it there. So the only distance I have to go unencumbered is one during the day at my leisure, yeah, from the cave to the drop pod, and not, halfway across the map. We can get up there, up the other side, can't we? If I remember correctly. Yeah. Let's have a drink. Let's find some oxide. No, that's silica. Well, we'll find some on the way. We want to go to top of H4, and we do that around this outcrop of rocks. That takes us through this little valley. Hello, dear. Oh, we'll get some berries while we're at it. Basic food. Oh, hello, Mr. Wolf. You want to give me some good foods? You want to give me some good food so I can get good food straight out of the... Ah. Oh, would you look at that? Yet another person I can block. Why don't you bots fuck off? If I wanted to take this more seriously, I would. I don't need fucking bot advertising telling me to buy followers. Get wrecked. Anyone that actually uses those things is a fucking loser anyway. Buy followers. Put some effort in and grow organically, or don't fucking do it at all. It's lying to yourself. Basically, doing that. Straight up lying to yourself. Can we find... Yeah, we found our other arrow. I don't want to break it completely because I don't know if the effects still work on a broken version. Can someone give me some fucking decent meats? Are we going to be going through the same thing as we did the other day? Well, where are we again? We're right there, and there's fuck all in the way of caves. There's one behind us, but that's behind us. And we're moving forwards. Can we make any... I prefer to have a couple of bandages and suture kits when on a trek. I shouldn't need the bandages because the whole point of that knife. Let's get a bit more, shall we? So we can make a stack of bandages. It's a nice way to carry a bit of emergency fibre. You can just right-click destroy the bandages to get some fibre back out of it. And then it has a use in case you actually need to patch yourself up, and you've got a little bit. It's enough to make. If you've got sticks or a little bit of wood, it's enough to make campfire if you happen to be caught out without one. Let's consume stack on there. Oh, I didn't put the oxygen in there, did I? There we go. Let's do that. And then let's get the suture kits out of the way. Get 10 of those as well. And we'll get the bed out of the way. We're going to need more sticks and fibre though, aren't we? Because by the time it gets to making the bed, we'll have run low. Robin fucking Hood I am. Still no specialised meats. It's a bit of a disappointment. Oh, we've got a Mr. Bear. Let's not do that, shall we? Because we've got 0 fucking buffs on. 0 meaningful buffs anyway. Ah, fuck it. Come and get some, Mr. Bear. We want to take care of his friends first. You don't go into a bear fight with fucking wolves and boars around. There you are. Over here, mate. And hopefully we get the third one back when we skin him. No, we didn't. Well, it's all the more meat. Chuck that on the barbie. One thing I could do is get a little bit more of this. Get some sulphur and make ourselves a wood torch. If I've just got a torch on my belt instead of a lantern, I'd much rather have the wood one if possible because it lasts longer. If we find some sulphur along the way, we'll make one of those. Because with all the time we're spending now here, instead of just YOLOing our way to the objective, we're definitely going to get there at night time, which I don't mind because we'll be well out of the Riverlands by nightfall, easy. As long as this doesn't take too fucking long. Let's get some sulphur. Is that sulphur? Oh, that's silica. That's sulphur. There we go. Make one of them. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. Chuck that in there. Oh, for some reason, I'm not streaming to... some strange and unknown reason, the stream to YouTube disconnected. It's only the Twitch stream is going. Why is that? Do I have any notifications on YouTube? YouTube Studio. Oh, I don't have any notifications. I have gone live. Odd. Well, anyway, we'll let OBS deal with that. It's trying to connect to YouTube right now, from what I can tell, but I'm not going to get bent out of shape over it. Streaming to YouTube's just a little added extra, if possible. If it doesn't work, then oh well. Well, it's 1:30. I'm not gonna sit around any longer. Let's get on with it. I want the campfire there, because that's what we'll need in an emergency first in the Arctic. To keep ourselves warm, we'll get that buff going. Get another little bit of oxide. I don't like using this pick for like general use. We'll have to do a little bit of a rethink, and if I come down with that, then I'd start to use the dong as a more general use, and then keep this one as like specialized. Feels like mining stone and sulfur and oxide and stuff with that. It's like going to a fucking rat rod show with a fucking brand new Lamborghini. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bear. And your friend Mr. Wolf is with you. Show us your head, mate. Oh, bollocks. I missed. I got one of my arrows back from him. Let's not do that again, shall we? Don't stop jiggling. Don't stop jiggling. Okay, we got a lot of them back. Not all of them, but most. And we got another one from there, nice. I was trying to be funny. I was trying to get a little cheeky and pull the arrows from his face as I was running past him. That's why he got the opportunity to get a swing at me. Hello, Mr. Buffalo. Would you give me some... extra meats? Or are you going to be just as stingy as your other brethren? Yeah, you're stingy as well. Okay. We don't really need that right now, do we? And we've got a lot of that. I'd rather take the bone. Let's get out of the Riverlands, shall we? And hope that the Arctic doesn't have any storms. Okay, the Arctic doesn't have storms. That's why I like being able to run as quickly as I can. I could have dealt with that bear, no problems, but I can't be asked, to be honest. Let's just get the fuck into the desert and then over into the... eventually over into the other forest and get on with the mission. I need to be going that over there. This upper area of the Arctic could do with a few more caves, to be honest. We're more or less smack dab in the center of I-5 right now, if I'm correct, or top of the I-6. Yeah, top of I-6. And there's a cave right over there we could run to if we had issues. Between here and the desert, there's nothing. So we'd have to make a mad dash for it and hope we get out. Oh, bollocks. I'm gonna have to deal with you, aren't I? Oh, you cunt. Typical. Fucking typical. That's there's that 4 places in and around the Arctic, and the Arctic, that when you start to come towards, when you start to load things up, it crashes you. This is one of them. The other one is when you're coming from the main objective at Voyager at the drop pod that you have to recharge and everything. You come away from that, you just get to the top of the hill, you go past that, yeah, then you're at the mouth of a cave, roughly. Then there's a point there where, as you continue and it starts to load things up ahead of you, it can crash. And what is it? That can happen either way. Yeah, you can be entering the Arctic from the L10 side, or you can be exiting the Arctic from there, and it'll do the same thing. That's 2, 3, this one, and there's one more, so it's 5 in total. Yeah, it happens regularly at those very spots, very regularly. There's got to be something in the terrain that it's trying to load up as you're going along that causes an issue. And they've probably got at least 30 or 40 crash reports just from me on that exact kind of fucking thing. How they haven't worked that out after 3 months, I don't fucking know. Where are we? Which way are we facing? We're that much further back. Ah, me bollocks. Why is my oxygen low? Okay, it's not. And YouTube still isn't connecting for some... or as much. Oh, do you want to fucking get wrecked? I wouldn't mind grabbing some ice while we're here, to be quite honest. Come to think of it. If we get a stack of ice... If we get a stack of ice, we'll... Wanna leave me alone? If we get a stack of ice, we'll have enough, more than enough, that will stay fresh. That won't melt by the time we actually have an ice box, and then we can possibly move into more complex foods this time around for things like stamina. Because I haven't made any of the, well, if there are any, I haven't even taken a look at the kitchen bench extra recipes, and more importantly the stove, the biofuel stove and the potbelly stove. I haven't taken a look at those recipes since the update. I want to see, if anything, what they've added to those recipes using the new meats. I mean, a stack of ice will stay roughly, given we only need iron and other lower tier materials. If I get a stack being 100 ice, I should be able to get a ice box together while we still have at least 80 of it, and 80 ice in an ice box is going to last a long time. I did end up making a refrigerator last time, but that's a ways away. There we go. I'm not so much of a motor mouth, usually. I'm just narrating through the boring bits at the moment. We're nearly into the desert. And hopefully we won't have any sandstorms or anything when we move in. And just move the other map so I can see where it is we're going. Like so. I like having the Icarus Intel map open on the other monitor, because then I can see caves at a glance. And people that complain that that's cheating can go swivel on it. What do you do on the station? What do you do on the station? If there are other prospectors up there and other, you know, people from the other companies and everything, what do you do on the station other than fucking chat with one another? And it's quite obvious that they're going to have discovered certain caves and things. So it's only logical to me to have medium sand is just over. Okay, well, we'll wait for that to be completely over. Yeah, it's completely logical to me to assume that you'd be sitting down with it for a beer or whatever with those guys when you're up in orbit. Yeah, exchanging fucking Icarus stories and then sharing intel with one another. And then that's what Icarus intel is, as far as I'm concerned. You might say that that's a bit of a rationalization it's taking away from the game. Yeah, but I get oodles of enjoyment out of it as is. And one of my suggestions on the suggestion site has been for them, well, let's say into T4 or the supposedly soon to come tier 5, they could add PDA. Yeah, so people are complaining about the fact that the fog of war, which you call it in general, that covers the map, covers it every time. So the next time you come down, you can't see anything again. Yeah, that, my friend, is explained away based on the premise that although we're physically in the same map all the time, yeah, we're more or less coming down to a different area of the planet each time, and to try and, you know, keep the illusion, let's say, to a certain degree, that you're always in a different area of the planet, even though we're on the same physical map every time. They just cover it with the fog of war, and certain things aren't persistent on the map. But to facilitate that, what they could do is add a PDA, which if you have that on you when you're on your prospect, then anything that you've, and let's say connect that into a module. Yeah, so that tracker module or whatever it's called, that lets you to see other players and add waypoints to the map. If you happen to have that tracker module and the PDA with you, then let's say you'd be able to place down waypoints on the PDA, yeah, and then that information is saved. So if you have the PDA and that module with you on the next one, then you can see all the things that you've put down before. It's a way of giving people what they're asking for in a totally understandable and explainable way in canon. And you still have to work for it. It's not like they're just giving it to you. You guys are so fucking boring. I haven't got any fucking specialized meats from any one of you yet. Are you going to give me something, Mr. Cougar? Say you are. Including my arrow. No, you're not either. That little light... Oh yeah, great. Well, let's reload, shall we? We'll wait for the buff to disappear, and for the game to save after that, and then we'll reload to get rid of this graphical error, because I don't like having this shit around. You have more and more shit like that start to stack up, and then it can cause a crash, and I'd rather just restart the game. Excuse me. Right now, then have to restart the entire computer and lose the stream. Because when the effects of these kinds of crashes start to compound, the game crashes the entire computer. It's not just that the game itself crashes, but my computer freezes up and I have to restart. And I had to I had to hard reboot yesterday. Like pressing the reset wouldn't work. I had to hold down the power button to get it to turn off and turn back on again. Okay, the buff is gone. The debuff, should I say, we'll wait for it to save. We'll be making our way through the forest to the location at night, but I'm not really bothered about that. This is the normal forest. Wolves are no issue, and there's only one area where we're going to be, where we're going to have the possibility of coming in contact with bears anyway, in M9 and M10. Once we get past that, the next time you see bears again is all the way down at like J14. If you're unlucky, usually more like I14 or H14. We're not going to see bears for a long time. Okay, it's saved. Turn to character select, and we'll come back in again. There we go, resume. Excuse the little microphone noise. I had to move the thing away from my face. I want to adjust my mustache. Oh, I washed and styled my beard a little this morning. I still didn't get the tash just right. Keep an eye out for gold. We might have to come back here. There's one. There's two. There's three. Two of them are in pretty bad places. We might not be able to get all of it. At least there's three. That's at least four. Okay, we might be coming back here. And a decent amount of platinum. Okay, that's nice. You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring some fish along. Come here, fishy, 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 fishy. You have to fucking do it again, don't you? Why didn't it destroy that last one? That's so fucking odd. Come on, fishy, fishy, fishy. My frames are atrocious for some strange reason. Can those little fish fuck off? There we go. Little cunts. Over here, mate. Come on. You want some? I like punching them because it doesn't take any durability away from anything. And there is a accolade for animals killed with your fists. See? Just got the one for 50. Oh, double poison. And it got reset. Happy day. Triple? Are we going to go for the fucking hat trick? Where are you? You little cunt. do you mean inventory full? We can stack more than fucking 18 fish. We can stack fish to 20. That's rather odd. If it was going to give me 3 fish on picking up that one, normally it would just pick up what you can pick up and then the rest would drop. Why it would say inventory full on that, I don't know. The same with picking berry bushes. If your inventory's full and you can't pick up any more fibre, but you've still got space in a stack of berries, you'll see on the right hand side when you go to pick something up, it'll say fibre 0, berries, and then however many you've picked up. Okay, let's put a marker there so we know where we're going. Shut up, Mr. Bear, we'll come back for you. This is the one area in this forest, this particular area of the forest where there's bears. And then the same here. It's like there's a little cut off. This area over here, this area over here, and then more or less like in a bit of a semicircle thing over here. You've got the chance of bears, and then here again like a little cut off around here, and over there you've got the chance of bears. But this more or less this entire area is bear free. That's why it's a good place to set up shop. If you like jousting with bears, then you've got to take a little trek to find any to have some fun with. But if you want a more peaceful existence, then that's one of the better places to set up shop. And it's why I have no qualms of yeeting through the forest, even at night in this place, because the wolves are easy enough that they only come in packs of 2 and 3. They're easy enough to dispatch with a knife, even if you're relatively low on health, not like silly low, but relatively low. You just got to keep your wits about you. Hello, Mr. Wolf. Mr. Rabbit. Mr. Chamois. Where are we going? Doing a big fucking semicircle around the point. Pay attention. There we go.
Gear like this eats power, so you're gonna have to find a way to juice it. But I figure you didn't make it this far without a few tricks up your sleeve.
Damn right, Sol. Damn right. Yeah, and then this cave is where we're going to set up shop. Much the same as we did last time. We'll put that down. Get that cooking up. All of that tender, meaty goodness. Oh, and the fishies. Fishy, 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 fishy. We should probably let that get done first, to be honest, because otherwise it'll go bad, and the meat I can get tons of. We'll put... Oh, that's just outside. Okay. We'll put that. We'll put that there. That's basically our border. That on the bed is. Well, it might not even be sheltered. Oh, it is. Okay, it's sheltered. So there is cave. There is not cave. That's right. Thought as much. We need some more wood. Quickly. Who's that? Who's there? It's probably just the general rustling of leaves. Like so. No, this was the place where we made like a little tunnel into the interior of the cave. So like this was not too raised up off the floor, and then we had like a so that the floor piece was at around that kind of level, and it led in to this area, and that's where we had like a fairly cramped but two-story area inside the cave. No exotics, but we've got plenty of platinum and a nice little starter amount of copper. Oh, sorry. Buckle in the way of copper. One node. I thought there was some more over here. Okay, how's the fishies doing? Fishies are doing fine. We'll get some... Why are you fucking doubling up on shit like that in my inventory? We'll get some... We'll get some floors made. How does that work out? Yeah, that'll be all right. Then we can have two on either side. Yeah, okay, that's nice. Have one on either side like that. Make it a little wider than it was before. Which will mean we'll need to leave the edges. The edges will stay either the edges will stay wood, or we'll clear out the interior. The problem is you can't once you place down a, because I'm thinking for the future. If I place that down there, yeah, where the wall would go inside the mountain there, I can't upgrade that anymore. Can't physically see it. Yeah, and the upgrade tool doesn't work in the same way as physically placing the items does, like this, where you're physically able to place in a place you can't actually see. Yeah, so I'd have to wait for that bit of wood to naturally decay away and get destroyed. Hey, Beardman, absolutely I am. I'm just trying to figure out how to how to set up this new little base I'm putting together. Let's make one of them. If I could get that there. What's placing a thing? Ah, it's at the wrong angle. It's at a funny angle. Like Tyrone said. Let's see if we place it like that. What's that going to be like? Oh, it's at an even worse angle. In theory, that should be my sideline as I look down straight ahead. So if I were to place that there, the edge of the thing I put on top of it. Okay, that is okay. It's correct. I just I need it at a slightly. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to deeper in the cave. I need it at a slightly different angle. I need it more like that. Like so. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. We just need to get some of the stuff mined out from underneath it. Are those fucking fishes done yet already? There they are. How long for them sausages, Charlie? 2 minutes, Turkish. It is 5 minutes, 10 minutes ago. Snatch. Snatch is going to go down in the history books as one of those quintessential British gangster movies that has to be watched. Guy Ritchie's a fucking genius. If the Queen hasn't thought of giving him an OBE yet, then there's something wrong. He's a national treasure, that man. Yeah, he's a new and improved British version of Quentin Tarantino. I can quote that movie backwards and forwards, right, left, sideways. Yeah. That's one of his as well. Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels is his as well. That was his first like breakout hit. Layer Cake is his as well, if I remember correctly. I might be getting that one wrong. I might be mixing him up with someone else. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that one. But I've got his name in my head on that one as well for some reason. Rock and Roller. Oh. Yeah, well, you probably didn't think it was worth it, so to speak. Yeah, we're gonna have a tunnel leading into this place like we did last time, but at least once we can expand the place. Once we get past wood, once we get into concrete, we can expand the place, because I don't want to put wooden walls. If I place that there, yeah, I don't want to put a wooden wall on the end of that in the mounting, because I won't be able to upgrade it. When I place one there, I want that to be concrete. Yeah, so we'll just have a tunnel leading into the back of this place. Yeah, and we'll use this as our main little hideout. I need room. Most of the good ones do have some issue. I mean, I'm number dyslexic to a certain degree. And even so, I was the one that made the vast majority of our KPI information Excel spreadsheets. Probably took me about 5 times as long as it would a normal person, but I still managed to get all the formulas and shit done. Math is just not my strong suit. I look at numbers and it starts to look like gobbledygook. I've got ways around it. I've got ways around it, more or less, to help myself focus on things. So it's not a massive pain, but it's an issue. Where are we? We need to chuck some shit down. I've got way too much crap in my inventory. We can stack that, because I need some room to make some things. But I don't need 27. I need 1. Because I heard reinforcing things with pillars actually increases the overall weather durability as well, not just the stability. So if I make, let's make 15 of them to begin with. So if I frame this and actually put reinforcement beams at the edge on the bottom, supposedly that I won't put one there because there's going to be stairs there, and if you have one at stairs you always get stuck on it and you've got to jump over it, because our prospector's gate isn't big enough to fucking step over a little bit of wood. Go figure. Can you place it where I want to, please? There. This is the building system is the only thing I continue to have qualms with in the game. Like the way that you place things. It's so unintuitive. It's really fucking annoying. Okay, we need more wood, don't we? Indeed. Yeah, and then I'll put cross beams on the top of that as well, and there'll be walls inside here. And supposedly that... it does make sense. It does make sense. Oh. It's just there's zero information on that in the game. Like, you've got to come to that realization yourself through certain levels of trial and error. But there's nothing in the way of tutorial-like information on how the building system works whatsoever. That'll be good for that. Oh, we're full, are we? Oh, of course, because we got the Legion or what sits at the same time. Oh, I should have made some stairs, shouldn't I? Like so. Do I have enough? No, of course I don't. Do I have enough now? No. Is there anything else? I don't want to move. Let's chuck that there, shall we? I don't like slapping boxes down because a storm could come along and I'll forget about it. No, I can imagine. I can imagine that I'd rather spend that kind of stuff on being more of a heavy hitter. If I'd been lucky enough to get a few extra talent points on this character like I did the other one, I'd definitely be going for unlocking the biome mastery perks. I found with my other character, traversing the Arctic with just an Arctic suit and the nanio armor is relatively easy. Oh, it's fiber that we're short on now. Okay. Well, I can run through the Arctic even at night with no issue, and in mild storms I can just keep on going for quite a while before he starts to get serious storm exposure. Some people have said that those biome mastery things are useless, but when you're trying to traverse a place as quickly as possible, that can be the difference between life and death. Oh, I've got some floors. Okay, lovely. I'll chuck you up on there. And we can put boxes and stuff all the way down here, and this area can act as extra storage, and then inside we can work around the. Oh, it depends. It depends where you died, possibly, but because of the take all, if you don't have all that much in your inventory when you get there, you can do it pretty quickly. The wolves and the worms for sure. The mammoth, I'm not so sure about, because yesterday when I was doing... Oh, you were watching, no? When I did the hardcore cryogenic research. Okay, given I crashed, I didn't die, but when you get there, the mammoth might not be there. Oh. Well, let's make the, just as I was coming out, just on the exit, that's when I had to get the fucking pneumonia, right? let's get the crafting bench out of the way. Where are we? There we are. Yeah, we can move it later on, but at least we can fill it with a bunch of stuff. And then we can make a stone furnace and get working on smelting up what we've got in our inventory. Why aren't you making it? Oh, because the stone is on my hotbar. You didn't see the showdown? Okay. Well, if you don't want a spoiler, then don't go back and watch it. But there's a relatively easy tactic to more or less cheese it so the cave worms don't attack you, and you can minimize the wolf attacks. I came across it completely by accident when placing the campfires. You want me to tell you? Well, the when you're inside the cave where the frozen mammoth is, if you go to the back, yeah. So if you're where you're standing behind the big ice cube and you're looking towards the exit, if you put all your campfires down there, one, you're far enough away from the entrance, the waves of wolves slows down to like maybe two or three, and even then they come in more or less one at a time, and there's one wolf that spawns in behind you, so you can always keep your eye on it. And the cave worms, if you don't kill them, they won't respawn in other places, and they have 3 cave worms spawn at any given time. And if you can get to a point where you kill the worms and the spawn points are on the opposite, those little stacks of stone on the ground, those 3 spawn points are on the opposite side from where you are. Just don't kill them. They'll be shooting if they even come out of their hole. They'll shoot poison, but they'll be shooting at the big block of ice so that you won't take any damage from them anyway. Yeah, and then all you've got to contend with is the wolves, and then you've only got, like I said, maximum 2 or 3 coming at you at any given time, and you've got time to shoot them. Because as long as you don't go near the cave worms, they don't come out of their hole. That's you've got to when I killed him the first time round, I led him outside. Just lead him outside and run away from him, and then shoot at him. Yeah, trying to take care of him while you're in the cave is going to be a tough one. Is going to be a tough one. I ran outside and led him away. The melting of the mammoth inside will stop then because you aren't in proximity of it, but it gives you a chance to shoot the big fucker, and then once he's done, you can just go back again. Yeah, no, doing it in close proximity. That was one thing I noticed real quick. I just ran away. I did the run away outside, and then I took care of him outside. That you do have the extra added bonus, let's say, of then having to contend with the odd wolf and snow leopard. Yeah, but it's a lot easier to like knife those fuckers in the face and continue running away from the mammoth. Because when he's so close in that little confined space, then he can ragdoll the fuck out of you. Oh bollocks! Oxygen and food. Mustn't forget to eat. I managed to get him on my first try, but I came close. I came close to dying a couple of times. I thank games like Horizon Zero Dawn, to be honest, for quote unquote training certain required strategies into my head. Because a lot of people feel you've got to be the aggressor and be on the push all the time, but there's nothing away with a strategic retreat, leading them into an area where you can have the fight on your terms and not theirs. The only reason I'm doing this one again instead of the one with the mammoth, the one that you're doing right now, is because I was totally peeved with the exotic yields. I got a total of a little over 300 exotics from 3 veins on that one, and I got over 700 on this one from the 3 veins and the caves that I went exploring and found. I found like 5 exotic nodes, the pick mineable ones, which is quite a surprise. Never seen that many before. And granted, the veins are at quite a distance from one another on this map, but with the right kind of planning, you can get around it pretty easy. And someone recommended the strategy of making the it's like you make a extractor, and then you just take the fabricator and materials with you, and then you make the extra 1 or 2 depending on how many snap points you have on site, and then when you're done you just right click destroy. Because the extractors are relatively cheap anyway, it's not like you're losing a lot of resources, and then you can put down the maximum number of extractors every time. That's what you do. Okay, that's cool. And then instead of it taking like an hour and a half, we can get it done. We can get it done in like 20-30 minutes, 40 tops, if it's a particularly rich vein. And I'm going to do the same thing here as I did yesterday on the hardcore cryogenic. I'm going to work my way up to T4 and mine the veins first, and then do the mission objective. Oh, I was trying to make my way out so I could be outside when the pneumonia refreshed itself, but it did already. We get all the... No, there's another one there. I want to mine up all the nodes before we start before we continue building into the cave, so we don't cover them up. And I have to remove bits of the house just to get the stuff. Okay, can put... Should we put... We need more of those anyway. If we put that there, can I see? I can see the wall. Ah, nice. Okay, I'll be able to remove that and upgrade it so we can do that. Get a little bit more space and use out of the cave. My OCD won't let me put that down that way though. It's got to be the same direction as the other ones. Oh, are they possibly dropping the experimental early again, are they? Well, early. I say early. It's not exactly early, is it? One would think that dropping experimental on it's a Wednesday today in New Zealand, isn't it? Or what day is it today? Wednesday. Okay, so it's going to be Thursday for them. Okay, then that's not early. That's not early. It's Wednesday for us. It's Thursday for them already. Well, in comparison to me, I'm in Europe. It's already midnight on a Thursday. For them, they're 12 hours ahead of us. Yeah, they're in the future. Kiwi time travelers. That's not where I wanted to place you. I wanted to place you there, even though it's not going to be visible. I need some more fibre. Yeah, that seems rather odd though if you think about it. Our Thursday is their Friday morning. So they're actually working into their weekend to drop the final on our Friday, which is their Saturday. It seems more logical and it gives them a proper weekend to have experimental drop on our Wednesday, yeah, which is their Thursday. Then they've still got like a day and a half to work on it before they drop it on their Friday, or you know, worst case scenario, Saturday morning. And they've got more time to work on bugs with people that play the experimental. I didn't play last week's one because I went into the experimental branch and I saw shitloads of people complaining about their having crashes because of the rain reservoir bug thing and God knows what else, and some people said they actually lost items on the crash. I was like, I'm not gonna risk playing with one of my dudes with a ton of fucking expensive shit just to lose it. If I were to play on that, I'd use my level 0. I'd use my fresh character with like as little workshop stuff as physically possible. I don't want to lose shit. Where's the box? The box is over there, so we want to... We had a path more or less straight out from the house last time that actually led to the box. Yeah, okay, there it is. Okay, where's the cave? There's the cave. Okay, so we want to clear... We want to clear this shit in this path. If they had some way of keeping track of shit, so like if you were playing on experimental and you actually lost something and you could there was some way of you getting reimbursed, then I wouldn't mind. But I'm not gonna. Yeah, we're basically their beta testers for free, and then if we spend any of our hard-earned money and lose the items that we get, there's no way of getting those back while we're playing in a system that's there purely for their assistance. I'm not gonna do it with the risk of losing shit. Well, we're not going to need 72 of them. Let's make another 10. That should do it for now. Yeah, it would be nice to see what they drop, wouldn't it? Speaking of which, I'll leave the Discord up so I can see when they drop it. It'd be nice to see what they have planned. No, it's totally a free labour vibe. And that's the thing. I don't know when that started to become an okay thing in the gaming community. Yeah, I remember back in the day, becoming part of a closed beta in a game actually, well, one, it actually meant something, and two, depending on the size of studio you did it for, there would actually be some sort of reward involved. And I'm not talking about getting paid. That's more for actual playtesters. I'm talking about stuff that you receive in game after the fact. You know, like you get stuff for. We paid for the privilege of getting the supporters edition. Yeah, then they'd give you stuff like that. So if you took part in stuff like that more intensely and assisted them with things, then you'd actually get something for your fucking work, and not just a hearty POB. I've done more than enough of my share of free labor when it comes to games over the years that I'm not particularly interested in continuing that tradition anymore. I was in a Battlefield gaming clan for, well, one type of clan or another for nearly 7 years while I was playing Battlefield 2, and a good 3 of those years, nearly 4, I spent in the senior management of one of the Battlefield clans, and I paid my dues to the clan for the upkeep of the servers just like everyone else, and all of my work was completely voluntary, and I was totally fine with that. That was the way of the world. I've done my part over the years. I'm at the point where I just want to play the games. I don't want to get involved in that kind of shit anymore. Oh, some more iron. Let's get rid of that before we box it in. Can we get a wall up there without it being inaccessible? Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. I'm a very hands-on, operational minded person, and next to gaming, well, it's been put on the sidelines a bit for the last while since I got my new computer, but I did some model making and like dioramas and plastic model kits. In my previous job, I was in operations on a beach, and I was in charge of the infrastructure, so like the water, sewage, electric, and like general site management. And when they had building going on, I was in charge of the crews and all that kind of shit. So I was quite hands-on in the day-to-day, and I know what it's like. It's a different form of it, but it's the same general thing where you get into the creation of something, and at the end you've got something to show for it. There's a different level of pride that you feel at the end of something like that, when you started with nothing and at the end you have something. It feels really good. It feels really, really good. I definitely know what that's like. I can imagine it's something similar to that, just in a slightly different form. If I can get it in there, that's where I'm going to put the that's where I'm going to put the water pump, like I did last time. It gets me in the zone. It's really weird when I'm concentrating on the fiddly details. It's like you get sucked into this tunnel. Yeah, I'm looking at whatever it is I've got in my hands and what I'm doing, and I can imagine it's something similar to regardless of what it is that you're doing, whether it's sports or coding or whatever. But it's like what I'm concentrating on in my hands, you get hyper focused on, and like even physically, visually, everything else around me just becomes blurred out, and it's like the rest of the world doesn't exist, and then what I've got in my hands is what is. Yeah, everything else just doesn't matter, and then the only thing I've got my undivided attention. Yeah, and what I've got my undivided attention on is what's in my hands, and I haven't felt that with anything else. It's quite. It can be quite exhilarating. Now we need another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no. 1, 2, 3. For now. I can only make one. Fair enough. I was hoping to get a second level in, but it's not going to be possible, seeing as how high I made the high I made the floor. But this way, gone above all of the stalagmites on the floor, and I've got a nice open plan. The only thing I'm going to have to work around is the cave walls. If I'm lucky, I should be able to get a generator here, and maybe one here, and then that'll be enough to power the thing outside as well as everything in here. Now I can chuck the water pump down there, and then I've still got all of this space for everything else. I can we'll move the crafting bench here, we'll have the machining bench here, and then the fabricator here. And then it'll start to get a little cramped where we'll have to have like the carpenter's bench over here, and the cement mixer over here, and the stone furnace and the cement furnace over here. But we can make it work. I can have like the textiles bench down here somewhere so it's out of the way, because we can still walk down here no problem, as well as storage. I like trying to get creative inside these caves now, instead of building outside. You've got to put up with the pneumonia until you can get a dehumidifier in, but I don't mind that part of it. I'll move you inside soon. Oh, I do need some silica. A couple of years ago, I built a... my brother used to have, like, donkeys years ago, like 30 years ago. He bought a Mark II Ford Escort and completely redid it. It was pretty banged up, and he put a 2.1 Pinto engine in it, and he painted it and made it look like the RS Mexico. He had it painted in the RS Mexico livery. So like a canary yellow with the high beam, the big spotlights on the front, on the rally bar and everything, and the black roof. And I made a model of it and painted it in that colours for his birthday a couple of years ago, and he really liked it. It's still up on his shelf in the living room, and I was happy with it. But it was one of the first models I made after coming back to the hobby after a while, and I wasn't completely happy with it. You know, I could have done a couple of things better on it here and there. And then I started to make another one, and I started to add I was going to put lights in it. I've got it probably about 80% complete. Like the rally lights on the front, I modded them in a way where I could get, you know, you've got those little tiny LEDs on like hair thickness wires. Yeah, I could get those LEDs inside, so when I put the lenses on the front, yeah, the front headlights would actually work. And I made light boxes for the rear lights, and I actually separated them out, so where the reversing light, the brake light, and the indicator are, I made a little tiny, like no more than a centimetre long light box where I could get in 3 separate compartments an LED for each one of the lights. Oh, you got to be kidding me! Where does he spawn? He's under the floor somewhere. Did you not die? I thought you died. Well, that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have to leave certain things open so we can reach them. But I never finished it. I was probably at about 80% with it, and that was round about the time. That was round about the time when I got my new computer, and I just I just got heavily into the gaming since, and I haven't done much modelling in the time past. But I do want to get back to it. I want to finish that because I've got an idea for a diorama. The house we used to live in England when we were living in England as kids. There's a nice family photo where we're that car is out on the driveway, and I'm sitting on the hood, and then my dad's on one side and my brother's on the other. And I wanna make a diorama of the front of the house, and then have the car parked in the driveway just like it is on the photo. Yeah, if we leave that off, we can reach him. And if we leave that corner bit off, we can reach this cunt. And we'll pick this stuff up, because having these entities lying all around. Like, I haven't bought a present for anyone in my family for nearly a decade. Every year, I do something creative but personalised. Like for one of my brother's birthdays quite a few years ago. Like we have a lot of names. Me and him, we've my full name is Mark Anthony Robert Caroy Seaman, and similarly he's got a lot of names. And I got a big piece of poster board, like the thick card, and I wrote out all of his names in order on the poster board, and I cut them, and they were pretty big. They were like, oh, I don't know, about somewhere between like 10, 15 centimeters tall, more like 12ish. So they were pretty big, and I cut them out of the poster board, and then I went through all of the family photos, and I went back to from when he was a kid up until the present day at that time, and I just picked out little key photos from the years as time went on. So you started off with him as like a kid, and then in the last letter of his name, as you go along, it was the present day where he's with his wife and kids at the time, with like, you know, as going through the years of him as he grew up and all that kind of stuff, and the family and his kids and that kind of stuff. And I framed that, and he had that up on the wall in the hall. Oh. And I've been meaning to. I've had the supplies now probably for like 2 or 3 years. I just never actually got around to it in time. Like my sister-in-law is a big Star Wars fan, and every year they have, you know, something special and cutesy on the Christmas tree. And I was thinking of doing a whole bunch of Star Wars themed Christmas ornaments. So like making a bunch of TIE fighters and X-wings, and making a little AT-AT and AT-ST walkers, and make a big Death Star, but then have like LEDs on the inside, and then the three lasers that join together to form the big laser that shoots down at the planet. Have them as like perspex rods with LEDs behind them, so that you can actually turn it on, and it shines like the laser's actually firing, and then you can have that as like instead of the star on top of the Christmas tree. So like make an entire set of Star Wars themed Christmas ornaments, and then give that to them for Christmas. Hey, where's my... Oh, you twat. It's a good thing I fucking noticed that before the bag disappeared. I removed this, didn't I? I removed this to pick up, to go and kill kill the fucking worm. I picked up the floor to kill the worm, but then the fucking crafting bench got destroyed in the meantime, and I didn't realise. I just went to go and put something on the crafting bench, and I was like, hold on, where the fuck's the bench? Well, let's move this, because, like you see, right now, we had a storm come through that if this was built outside, it would have done damage to it. But because it's inside a sheltered cave, it doesn't take damage. But because of this cave shelter bug, whatever, if I go a significant distance away, while I'm away, that cave shelter bug doesn't apply to the stuff that's built inside the cave. So I could come back, a couple of in-game days later to this place being, almost completely destroyed, which is what happened to me on my the normal version of cryogenics that I did. I came home and the base that I'd built in the cave was completely fucked. That's why on the second go round, when I did the hardcore, I built the whole thing out of concrete, and I'm going to do that here. I just need to get that done before I can go off on a significant trip anywhere in the map, which is a little fucking annoying, to be honest. Well, what time is it? It's Wednesday, so it's Thursday for them. 1 a.m. So hopefully sometime in the afternoon for us, so like 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, more like 7 in the afternoon. It'll be 7 in the. Okay, sorry, no. So sometime between 8 and 10 p.m. for us today. So like 7, 8 hours from now, they should open the experimental if they are gonna follow the previous week's example. Okay, I need to move this. I've got so much shit I can never fucking. Ugh. The hassle of having so much crap. Let's make one of them. Chuck that down there. We can use that to hold all of this bollocks. Like so. And then we can grab stuff from here. Move this. Yeah, I don't like using boxes. They always end up being in the way, and I just have the same problem of having to move them again. Oh, come on. Mid bollocks. It's because of those stupid fucking stalagmites, or stalactites, sorry. Tights from the ceiling. I can't get it any further back than that. Well, I guess we're gonna have we'll have the crafting bench there, then the machining bench will go there, and then we'll have the fabricator over here. Well, it's still a bit of a space saver, but not as good as I was hoping for. And I want to put some nice boxes down. I want to put the interior wood ones down. Once we get the place made out of concrete, I'll put some interior wood boxes down. I don't really like the other ones. Or if we happen to have a surplus of iron, then we'll put down some who's them or what's it's the iron boxes. What did I want to do? I wanted to get the furnace on the go, didn't I? We need some more wood and some more stone. So I need to get myself an iron pick. So I'm not using either of these expensive picks on picking all the mundane shit. Seems like a fucking waste using the Nev's pick on stone. That's why when I've got the room, I usually bring the dong or a MXC pick, and I just use that. I use one of those on the more everyday shit. Wasting durability of that 1400 exotics worth of pick seems like blasphemy. If we could repair the fucker, even if it was a little expensive, I wouldn't mind. Like if it took 5 or even 10 titanium to repair it on like the repair bench, if we had access to that, that would be great. Yeah, I'd spend that on repairing it every time because of the perks you get from it. That's more or less the equivalent of making a titanium pick over and over again, but you can't put a price on the extra perks that they give you. And that would be a fair trade if you ask me. Oh, I will too. I will too. Because I mean, I've got more than enough. I've got the talent that reduces the price of making a pickaxe from 12 to 9, so I don't even need as much. And I've got more than enough platinum here to make a platinum pick, and then with that I can get the titanium. But you've got to pay attention. If you just go about willy-nilly mining all kinds of shit, then you can find yourself up shit creek without a paddle, and you've got to go and make steel because you didn't pay attention and get enough of the advanced material to make the next replacement. Okay, let's chuck that down there. Let's get our head in order, shall we? What are we missing now? Are you fucking kidding me? There you go. That's enough. Get a furnace on the go. Chuck that in there. Well, actually, we should fire it up with wood because we're going to need charcoal for the dehumidifier once we get it made. Like so. Oh, I saw the message. I don't know. Maybe you didn't see it and it just gave you the message. I still see the message. I like how people bitching, but with a dot, about the workshop pick's durability. By the time I break the pick, I have titanium. I saw it. Oh, you got a timeout for it. I've got to turn that fucker off then. That's stupid. Filtering. Hide commands. No. Bot. There it is. Bot. Relay automatically forwards all incoming chat message from each platform. Okay, so it's not the actual... It's not the actual... It's the Streamlabs bot. I have to go to the fucking web page to change that. I believe. Settings, moderation, auto mod. Auto mod should be off. Permitted terms and phrases, ban evasion. Turn that down. Lock there. Yeah, it thought that everything after the dot was making it a hyperlink. Which is odd because I've got hyperlink posting turned on. So that's allowed. Which is why I don't get why the bot said anything about it to begin with. The fucking chat in this thing is broken. I'd need to sit down and like go through things properly and get myself a couple of plugins and add-ons and stuff to take care of certain things. I just haven't really put the effort in. I switched from Streamlabs OBS just to straight up OBS because I found out that Streamlabs people were basically just thieves and ripping off what OBS and other people were doing. So I was like, fuck you, I'm not gonna use something that's basically made by thieves profiting off of other people's fucking open source shit. But I haven't set up. I just got the basic streaming set up in OBS. I haven't put the extra effort in to set up the notifications for followers and set up scenes and everything so I can switch to like be right back and all that kind of stuff. I haven't done any of that yet. I just straight up switch to the other program quickly. Need to put some time in to set it up, and then I'll get some like proper. I need to pony up a bit of money. Bottom line, I'm gonna have to. But I'll maybe buy myself a decent looking theme and get access to a couple of plugins and add-ons and things to make my life simpler and make the stream look a little better. I think next month I'll probably I've been meaning to do it. I just didn't yet. I'll probably get myself a webcam and one of those chroma key things that you can put on the back of your chair, so you don't have to have a big green screen behind you because I don't really have place to put it anyway. Yeah, one of those. It attaches to the head of your chair and then just blocks out an area around you big enough to like, focus in on you and not see the background. So you don't have to have a whole green screen behind you. And then I'll have the webcam down here in the corner somewhere, because that's about the only place that doesn't really have anything on the screen that I need to see or people need to see. Yeah, that's the whole point. I don't have a very nice backdrop and I don't really feel like putting the effort into cleaning up what's behind me. Like my crafting setup is behind me, and there's like no, it's a ratty old. I've got like a paint booth. I've got a little caddy on wheels that's got all of my bigger paints and other chemical stuff underneath it, and on the top I've got like a makeshift paint booth with an extractor on the top of it, and that's just rolled into the corner, and I've got nowhere else to put it. It's standing there, so you'd see a bunch of clutter behind me, but I'd rather not have all of that clutter, so I'll just get like a chroma key thing, have a green screen, and you just see my ugly mug superimposed on the game. We really need to pay a little bit more attention to what we're doing. I'm about to fucking suffocate again. I've got some nerdy shit lying around, but it's more stuff that I've made. I'm I'm really, really, really big into Predator, and I started to put work into making my own Predator suit. I didn't get particularly far, but I have the first the first and second prototypes of what I was going to make into the bio. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with it, the mask that he wears on his face, it's called a bio. I've got the I've got the Pepakura, like epoxy resined, um, what is it, prototypes of the bio I made, and I've got I did life casts of my hands that are set up on pedestals that I started to work clay onto to actually, sculpt out the hands. I've got that sitting there, and I've got some other various failed attempts at sculpting on the shelf. Well, I'd say failed attempts, they were just practice bits, but I never really got around to finishing them. And then that little crafting setup, the paint booth on wheels. We need a little bit more oxide. Oh, that's what some people do. That's what some people do. And there's a group of guys. Well, actually, two groups of guys. There's one group in England called Reeve with a W, WREAVE, Reeve, and there's another bunch of blokes that made their own company, Bad Blood Designs. They actually make full suits, latex suits. And there's a big forum that used to be called the Hunter's Lair. It's now called the Predatorium, and I used to lurk there for quite a while. There's a shit ton of really kick-ass information on there. No, that's one thing I always wanted to get, but if I did get one now, it's honest to God, it's a good thing that I didn't get one, because I was just going to go the cheapest chip simple route and get something ready to go out of the box, like a Dremel or a Formlabs or something like that. But over the past few years, the improvements they've made on the resin printers. If I was going to get a 3D printer, I'd definitely get a resin one now instead of the one that extrudes. I can't even remember the name of them now. Those resin printers look absolutely kick-ass. And there are ones that have, in comparison, relatively big printing vats that aren't all that expensive in the grand scheme of things. And then you can still just break up larger things into smaller pieces and put them together, but then you've got the added bonus of it being so much higher fidelity out of a resin. Now I wanted to get myself a 3D printer. It was the gaming that really set me back a bit, to be honest. Since I got my computer a little over a year ago now, I've been heavily onto the gaming. It's the reason why I stream. Oh, there's a dude I watch every now and then on YouTube. He builds his own 3D printers and mods them, and he's got some that print at like 1100 and 1200 millimeters a minute or a second. I can't remember what it is now. The fucking thing moves like crazy. The whole thing's like jerking side to side. Yeah, I think it's this guy. Is it 247 printing? I know I subbed to him.
The 3D bench is a benchmark.
No, it's not that guy. The guy I'm thinking of doesn't talk in his videos. Yeah, with the concrete things. That's still got a ways to go. They're interesting looking, but that's still in its infancy. I don't see that becoming a viable option for proper houses for quite some time. It's novel, it's quaint, and it's definitely a step in a very good direction. But they still need to do a lot of work on that. It's good. It's good that they're doing it. It needs to be done because it's going to be an interesting alternative to get housing put up quickly and cheaply in comparison to today's methods of building. But it's not quite there yet, I don't think. Yeah, they've been doing that for a while though, haven't they? Even like casts. The one thing I think they haven't taken advantage of enough is computer-aided artificial intelligence design. I watched a lot of like documentary style videos people have done on that kind of stuff that's being done on the YouTubes, where they give a artificial intelligence that's set up for like designing shit a set of parameters, but don't give it more finite terms of how it should do it. They just tell it, tensile strengths of certain materials and the overall inner and outer dimensions it needs to be, and where it needs to be strongest, certain structural elements, what kind of tolerances it has to have, and where certain things need to attach, and then just let it do its thing, and it comes up with these weird and wonderful natural looking, almost like hive like structures. If they could do more work on that. I know there's a 3D printed cast that's custom made for the person's arm, which kind of like clicks closed around the arm, so it's really easy to take off as well, and it's completely breathable and waterproof, but still holds your arm or whatever it is it's made for, as well, adequately enough in comparison to like a normal cast. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. and you know what they quote unquote disguise that as, saying that they're trying to get the artificial intelligence to come up with new chemical concoctions and possibly even alloys that humans might not necessarily have come up with on their own to use, like what is it, advanced materials. Yeah, that the AI isn't constricted by certain. The AI isn't constricted by certain things. Pardon me. That humans are set by, and it will randomly come up with certain combinations of chemicals and elements and metals and this and that, and they might come across some sort of an alloy or some sort of a chemical that they humans themselves never would have come up, never would have thought of coming up with, that might help advance technology in some way. But then you've got, in that in that bundle of things that the AI comes up with, things that are probably, hundreds, if not tens of thousands of times more potent than in killing people than anything people have been able to come up with. It's fucking scary. What do we need for that? We need more stone again. AI assisted development in that regard could very likely help humanity advance. Oh, we're nearly out of the pneumonia. Let's wait for that to pass outside. Could possibly help humanity advance a number of decades faster than what we otherwise would. The question is, do we really? Should we really? Yeah, I mean, look at our track record with look at our track record with things like the atomic bomb. That went really well, didn't it? Imagine an AI within, let's say, the next 10 years managed to help humans lick fusion. They're not going to use that to make a bomb, are they? Oh no, not whatsoever. Nuclear weapons are bad enough. Can you imagine a fucking fusion bomb that would likely have, 1,000-fold the destruction force as of a nuclear weapon? You'd only have to drop a handful of those, and you'd literally be able to wipe everything off the face of the earth. That's why I think I'm a big proponent in ufology, like UFOs and aliens and shit. And I do believe that there's been an uptick in aliens visiting the planet. I mean, I myself have seen UFOs in the sky twice already, and I've been in the army. I've seen all kinds of shit in the air. Yeah, planes, drones, helicopters, you name it. I know what certain things look like in the air at night. I've seen them. And this wasn't any of those things. So it's definitely some sort of unidentified object. And I do believe that there's been an uptick in that shit going on over the last few years. And I guarantee you it's because of shit that humans are doing. Especially with what's going on in Russia right now. Can you imagine fucking Putin with a fucking itchy finger over the button? I doubt that either depending on what type of aliens are around, whether we're lucky enough to get the friendlier ones, or if we're unlucky enough to get the more violent ones, yeah, they may or may not try and intervene, and if things actually did go as far as a nuclear war. But I guarantee that the recent uptick in UFO sightings around the world is thanks to the heightened level of things, with Russia doing what it's doing and the way that America's going. If any time, now would be the time for them to say, hey, we're here to try and help fucking, hopefully, unite humanity. The problem is religion has still got too strong a stranglehold on people's minds and hearts. No, exactly. I'm an atheist, and I haven't got anything against people that are religious. Everyone's free to do and think what they feel is necessary for them. You know, live and let live. I just don't like it when they try and force things onto me, because I don't try and force anything onto them. But I am of the I am of the train of thought that, yeah, religion is seriously outdated, and it was originally created more or less to help placate the mob and control humanity. And I feel at least, we've progressed we've progressed enough over the years to not need that anymore. The fact that so many people are still caught in that, so to speak, it feels a little backwards. I really just the thing I always come with is things like the Inquisitions and the Crusades and the Dark Ages, and God knows what else. But and they say, yeah, but religion also helped with a lot of scientific advantages and bringing stability to the human race in times where things were particularly violent. Yeah, but we're past that. We're past where that was really needed. And religion, in the grand scheme of things, if you look at the past 2,000 years, has done more to hold back science and discovery than it's ever done to actually advance it. If people had been able to get their head out of their asses sooner with regards to religion, I guarantee you the human race would be easily 100, if not like 150, 200 years ahead in technology. Oh, obviously, but people put things like Jesus and all that down to God, yeah. But if you look at it, bottom line, the Bible is more than 2,000 years old, and it's what a lot of Christians won't fucking acknowledge. Yeah, the the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran, and a lot of the other significant works in religion. Yeah, their sacred document, all have similar origins. Even the Sikh faith, yeah, they all have very similar. They're basically telling the same stories from different viewpoints, and they base it on different points in time. There is an origin story, yeah, but whatever that book was, whether that was in the Library of Alexandria, which we're never going to find out about anymore because the fucking thing got burnt down, which probably put humanity back another 500 years. Yeah, it's all based on it all has a predecessor, but we don't know what that is. And as far as I'm concerned, given the given all of the talk that there is in everything from Aboriginal culture to Zulu culture to the Native Indians culture all around the world, and the Mayans and the Incans and God knows whoever else. Yeah, there's always been stories of things, people, beings that seemed otherworldly, that played a significant part in their culture and helping them progress, which points the finger towards, for me at least, yeah, that being alien influence. And probably after a certain point, either either the aliens have got their own beef between one another, or that humanity got to a certain point where they thought they could take their hands off and just let us progress on our own. But all of those religious texts, all of them, are based around the same kind of stories told from different viewpoints and different times throughout history, but they all have a predecessor of of an origin book. They've just been rewritten in different ways over the years. Yeah, and the fact that I always forget the saying, yeah, that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Yeah, someone air quotes dying and then being buried and coming back to life isn't anything fucking new. Yeah, the reason why in morgues in England, yeah, they tied bells. Like you know why the tags for dead bodies are put on the feet, on the big toe, because that's where they used to tie, yeah, the bells, so that if someone came back to life, quote unquote, yeah, they could hear the bells, and even when they buried them, they'd have a string tied to their foot and a string leading up out of the coffin, yeah, and there'd be a pole next to where they were buried with a bell on it, and the string would be connected to the bell. Yeah. So if we've got historical record of that kind of thing happening, could you not imagine a Jesus being put in the fucking cave and then actually not being dead, yeah, and simply coming to and coming out of the cave 3 days later? I can see it fucking happening. But then, obviously, people that of a lesser understanding, let's say, I don't want to say lesser intelligence, yeah, think that it's some divine intervention or God knows what else. In the grand scheme of things, we're still very, very, very young as a species. The problem is, I think humanity was way more advanced in the past than it is today. It's just something happened that damn near wiped us out, and we clambered our way back from there. Lost a hell of a lot of fucking information on technologies and ways of life, and we've more or less made our way back here through chance more than anything else. Because just, I mean, there's still, it's why I really like science, and why even my entertainment choices lean more towards the more realistic styles of sci-fi. It's why I'm not particularly a Star Wars fan. They're nice movies, but I'll watch the first trilogy alone, and the rest is just fucking bollocks if you ask me. But it's why I'm more of a Trekkie, because all of that is based more in factual science than anything else. Yeah, and they attack certain social issues in a much more interesting way. But the science fiction of it is grounded more in actual science than anything else. It's like that's the Martian of its day. Yeah, the Martian, even by NASA scientists and astronauts' accounts, is extremely accurate. Yeah, but as far as I'm concerned, Star Trek is the Martian of its heyday. And if you go back and watch it, it addresses a lot of social issues that's obviously we're still dealing with even today, but it addresses them in even in today's standards, let alone the standards of when it was actually made, very novel ways, and teaches lessons that people should be fucking taking heed of. I base a lot of general conversation on movie quotes and things because it's one of the most relatable things for the widest possible audience. But some people say it's a little too childish, but they can go fuck themselves. What is it, Tommy Lee Jones's line in Men in Black when he's talking to Will Smith about, you know, X number of years ago, we knew that the world was flat. And then X number of years ago, we knew that we were the center of the universe. And an hour ago, you knew that we were alone in the universe. It's exactly. You just apply that to everything going down the line. How we can possibly fucking think that one, we're alone, and that we're, you know, the apex of fucking evolution is so fucking arrogant. When the universe is in its entirety has been around for so fucking long, we're hardly even a blip on the radar. Yeah, how we can possibly think that we're so advanced that we could be like the apex of what life in the universe or anywhere has to offer is stupidly arrogant. Do you want to not fucking spit that shit all over my house, please, you cunt? I really need to get the fucking dehumidifier down. Dirty little fuckers spitting all over my house. What did I want to make? I went outside to get some stone so I could make something. What the fuck was it? I've got the anvil, machining bench. It wasn't stone that I needed, it was fibre. Ah, fuck, I have to go outside again. This is why it's good to have bandages. We'll destroy that. Get ourselves some fibre so we can get some rope. Well, we're going to have to destroy the other half to make some more. No, I know, and it's why we shouldn't. It's why we shouldn't. You just need to you need to look at what's more. You can still plan for and make allowances for doing very long-term research and preparations while still looking more in front of you and around you. But how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. But if you never fucking begin, then the elephant's never going to get eaten. The problem is, again, movie quote, the line that Matt Damon had in Interstellar when they find out about Michael Caine's deception over the fact that he wasn't able to reconcile that formula with gravity, when he was talking about humanity not being able to see past the generation, yeah, of being able to do certain work or have a certain moral and ethical responsibility past, you know, a few generations ahead of them, let alone to be able to, you know, and with regard to their family around them, let alone extend that and their sacrifice to the species on a whole. What Michael Caine's character did there was exactly the thing that needed to be done. It was very objective and analytical, and it applied perfectly to the way in which humans are. But unfortunately, that's a very strong truth. That's exactly the way we are, and we can't see past. We can't see past our own noses to fucking say to start doing the kind of work that we need to do that will make a meaningful difference within the next, you know, 50 to 100 years. We want the fucking quick fix that's going to get things done for our children or our children's children, let alone something that's only going to come to fruition maybe hundreds of years from now. The closest thing we have to those kinds of people on Earth are mathematicians, like people in the sciences that might spend their life working on something but never actually come to an answer, but they know that's the way of it. Yeah, it might be that only their children or their children's children come to a solution of what they've been working on, but they still dedicate themselves to it because they know if no one ever does, then nothing's ever going to change. I mean, this is just me bullshitting over Twitch. I mean, a lot of these theories and ideas probably have names and certain trains of thought that are considered to be under this theory or that theory that I'm not aware of, just because I don't do all that much. You know, this is just barstool science, just us shooting the shit and sharing opinions. But it's where I stand. It's nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun. Yeah. World poverty and world war would be ended within a decade. Yeah. If people switched to an almost money-free society in much the same way as is done in Star Trek, yeah, and people were able to explore what it is of real interest to them, you know, what they feel that their calling is, without the fear of having to uh, produce results to be able to earn money, simply to be able to better themselves, just for the sure the pure benefit of bettering themselves and possibly coming up with something that can better humanity. Yeah, I can completely imagine that. The problem is, no one's gonna fucking do it, or well, I say no one. Yeah, such a small percentage of the world would be able to get behind it, because everyone else would just be looking for the easy way out of to do as little as possible for as much as possible. It's exactly why America's standing in the cesspool that it is. Yeah, because so many people have found it easier to just hold their hands out and take the benefits that Biden's put together as like the compensation packages through COVID. They get paid more to do nothing than if they went out and work. But if you didn't have a payment incentive structure, and you were to be doing something purely for your own betterment or the betterment of others around you, you'd achieve more. And all this stupid liberal fucking teaching, it's taking the world in a very fucking, very bad, very, very dark fucking direction. Very dark direction. Teaching nonsense and fucking untruths. I don't think it's too far off. I don't think it's too far off. I think we'll see something monumental change. I think we'll see some monumental change before 2025, depending on what direction this Russia conflict goes. Something has to give. Something has to give. Something's got to change. Yeah, the status quo has been what it is for too long. Whether and look, I'm not condoning what Russia's doing, because what they're going about is despicable, because they're killing innocent civilians. Unfortunately, the way they look at it is more or less it's collateral damage to them, which is the bare bones fact of life way that they look at it in war. It's despicable and it's terrible. I'm in no way, shape or form condoning what he does, but I can understand why he's doing it, because I do believe that there is something greater in the background, that what the West is trying to bring about as the New World Order, that Russia and China obviously know about, but have different ideas surrounding, and they don't want it to happen the way that the West wants it to happen. And the Russians are the ones that have one truth that they're working towards that we don't know about, and people in the West have another truth that they're working towards that we don't know nothing about. That's the woo-woo conspiracy theorists look at it, but if you just look at the way things have gone down over the X number of years, it's all leading to that. They've tried this half a dozen times in the last 30 years. Yeah, just the wool has been pulled over our eyes, every single one of them. Look at every significant outbreak of anything over the past 2 decades. Just look at what it is that we've seen come about. All the different viruses, not just corona, everything else that's come before it. SARS, MERS, the bird flus, mad cow disease, the Ebola outbreaks. They've tried this at least a half a dozen times in the last 20 to 30 years. It's just this is the one that they got to stick. This is the one that actually got some traction, and they're very close to bringing together what they want to do. Yeah, and it came about at quite an opportune time for them, so to speak. Yeah, because America was at its height of wokeness. Yeah, with the liberals being so strong that they were able to put so many people so strongly under their thumb so quickly and easily by sowing fear, and a lot of the fucking sheeple fell for it. And it's what? Been a little over a year of Biden, and now the vast majority of all those arse-wipes are finally waking up. Democrats in droves are coming to the realization of what it is that they've done. And if the elections were held again right now, I guarantee you Trump would be back. Guarantee it. They could try and rig the election however they saw fit. Trump would be back. And he probably wouldn't come back with Pence, because Pence didn't do enough to have Trump's back since the election, because there's a lot that Pence could have done to have things play out very differently that he didn't do. So it wouldn't be Trump-Pence, but it would be something like Trump-DeSantis. Florida's governor, DeSantis, is a fucking... He's a mad lad. He's a fucking badass fucking politician that takes no shit. He's there to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and he's fresh out of bubblegum. For another movie quote. Oh yeah. Look, people give Trump a lot of shit. Yeah, and he is on the face of it. Yeah, on the face of it only, he does come across as a bit of a, how can you say it, like a bit of a doofus. But he is a billionaire, and regardless of the fact that he got help from his parents to get started, yeah, that it was money from his dad that got him started, and connections that he was able to make because of the family that he was in. But a lesser man might have gone the route of fucking things up and losing his money and becoming a nobody by now. But you can't deny the fact that he's a successful businessman that's left a significant mark in a lot of areas. Yeah, that people just brush off. He's not an idiot. He might be a bit of a dope sometimes. Yeah, because of his bravado and machismo. Yeah, but he's not a fucking idiot. And the things that he was doing and the things that he set in motion made a significant difference in America. And the problem was, again, it was a perfectly opportune time with the level of fucking liberalism and wokeness for his mean tweets to be enough for the opposition to spin things in a very strange light and turn him into the bad guy. But every single day, when I wake up, when I sit down to the computer and I open up YouTube, I'm subscribed to a bunch of people like the Liberal Hive Mind and Tim Pool and Stephen Crowder and Ben Shapiro, and honestly, I'd be subscribed to more liberal and leftist people if I could find any that were even relatively intelligent and moderate, but they all seem to be fucking crackpots. Yeah, every single day I sit down to that, and all I see in my subscriber feed is yet another video of them putting up something about Trump was right. Trump was right. Trump got it right. The New York Times admits Trump was right, or MSNBC has to acknowledge that Trump was right. Day after day after day after day, and it's exactly the same with fucking Alex Jones. Alex Jones was thought to be a complete fucking madman and crackpot, and it's come to light from fucking the kiddie molesting arsewipe dude that had his fucking sex island. I can't remember his name now. The one that offed himself, air quotes. I am not suicidal. I can't remember the name of the guy. Everything from that to things that are going on. Epstein. Yeah, exactly. Epstein. Everything from Epstein to things that are happening day in, day out. Alex Jones has been talking about and telling us about for fucking decades. And he's been right about it all. There have been some things that he's been wrong about or only partially right about, but the vast majority of the shit that he's been spewing over the past 2 decades has come to fruition. And people just pass him off as a crackpot because of his style. Yeah, you look at him and he's got a very strong, more or less aggressive, he gives off the crazy person vibe. The way in which he speaks about things, he totally gives off a crazy person vibe. But everything that he's been talking about and the research that he's been doing into things over the last few decades, it's all been true. And until people start to fucking realise this shit and start to take it more to heart, things aren't going to change. Let's actually get on with something. Oh, obviously. Yeah, like what I was saying. It's definitely the education and the connections. It's definitely the education and the connections that helped him the most. But, a lesser man would have fucked things up and would have been a nobody by now, regardless of the money and the connections. He still made something of himself to be a relatively strong pillar of a community. Yeah, look, I go about things in general based on something. Well, something that my mum started to teach me when I was a kid, but was reinforced in me more when I actually started to work. When I was working in Holland at a transport company, there was a dude there. On a social level, yeah, the kinds of values that we held and the things that we were interested in, and just like the general, what puts together your personality and the type of character you are. On a lot of things we clashed, and we weren't friends in the traditional sense. But he always said to me, he's the guy. I'm in the transport industry, and anything that's been seriously worth a damn that I've learned about the transport industry over the past 3 decades, I learnt from him, and I thank him for it. But we didn't get on. But he always told me, yeah, he saw something in me, and I saw something in him to look up to him. He always told me, we don't have to like each other to be able to work together, because a level of professionalism has got absolutely nothing to do, or should have absolutely nothing to do with what you feel emotionally about someone. That's what professionalism is. Being able to put aside certain fucking feelings and know what it is that you have to do, both of you having a joint goal and still being able to achieve that well. Yeah, and professionally, I looked up to him in a big way. A big way. The fact that we didn't get on and we never went out for a beer even once over the 20 years that I knew him, yeah, has got absolutely nothing to do with the fact that when we worked together, we knew what it is we need to get done, how and why, and we did. And he instilled that in me. And if more people were like that, then things would be very different. And it's something that the fucking lefties, in the grand scheme of things, a larger majority of them need to learn. But people on the right need to learn it just as well as much. Yeah, and it's what I see. It's why I'm more hopeful for the air quotes newer generation of people that are on the right and some of the people that are on the left. That things are slowly starting to change, because there's people like Ron DeSantis and there's people like Dan Crenshaw. And to look at people on the left, there's I always forget her name, bless her. She was also in the army. She's friends with Dan Crenshaw. Oh fuck, what's her name? She was on the Joe Rogan Experience. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah? She's left, but she's more traditional liberal if you look at it in a grand scheme of things than you could say out and out left, at least the way that people today look at what left is. But they're there. Yeah? And they're more or less a bit of a shining light of the way that things could change and be better. It's just the problem is there's too few of them, and there's too many entrenched pieces of furniture in the, I think what do they call them? They call them rhinos on the right. Yeah, but the left has just as many rhinos. Fucking Hillary Clinton and the fucking God knows who else. If more people could think like that, things would be completely different. Completely fucking different. I mean, to this day, I look at that guy as more of a father figure than even my own father was to me. And I worked next to him for 5, 6 years. He was more impressionable on me on that time than a lot of other people were. And we never really liked each other. But I still look up to him with great admiration and respect, because he taught me seriously good lessons. It's just so many people aren't able to look at things in that way. And given, yeah, he was of the old school mentality, and a lot of the practices, let's say, certain practices that I picked up from him aren't necessarily the kind of things you want to be taking into the modern day, because they were very much more aggressive in the way they went about things, and with shouting a lot and acting with people and treating them in a very different way to what's expected nowadays. And granted, I still have issue with trying to drop some of those bad habits, but the basic values that were instilled were and the way to critically think and analyze things, and the way to look at other people in certain situations, it was definitely instilled in by him. Yeah, no, exactly. And they always tend to be the minority, and the minority ends up speaking for the majority, which is terrible. But a lot of people in the south are starting to band together in the southern states. It's why places like let me open up a map before I put my foot in my mouth. I'm not particularly up on American geography. I know some, but like, yeah. So like, it's why Florida and Texas are on the forefront. They're the ones that are breaking a path forward. But places like Georgia and Alabama and Mississippi and Tennessee and a lot of the even places like that have been more left leaning, in the past. Places like Arizona and Colorado. It's why things are really, really starting to change there. Yeah, people on the right that have been the silent majority because they were like they just went along with things for so many years, and a lot of people that were more moderate leftists are just starting to wake up and realize what the fuck's going on and actually stand up and do something about it. They're not silent anymore, and that's what's good. Yeah, and hopefully it will start to spread. It's starting in the south, and it's slowly but surely starting to permeate further and further into the country. I mean, just look at what they've done in the past couple of years when it comes to constitutional carry. 23 states in America now have constitutional carry passed. Yeah, and some of those states are actually Democrat states. That's nearly half of America has gone back to its roots when it comes to the Second Amendment and constitutional carry. I mean, that and other things are changing. Yeah, what do I need? Just, I need to make a concrete furnace. All I need is 8 nails and 40 stone. Do I have stone here? Yes, indeed. Yeah, I didn't have breakfast, and it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon already. I'm gonna be thinking about ordering some food soon enough myself. Can we get that in here? No, of course we can't. Why would we be able to get that in there? Get it there though. If I move that, we'll get the fabricator here. And if we're lucky, we can get a generator there and there. Oh, and I should really make a textiles bench. Get the fur armor out of the way. Then I'd feel more comfortable going on longer trips. Why can't I put it that close to the wall? What a load of bollocks. Oh, because the bench is that deep. Okay, I didn't realise. Take the rest of our rope. How much leather do we need? It's 4, 12, 16, 24, 30. There we go. We got some sweet new threads. Now I feel better. Oh, we didn't even need the 3. We wouldn't have needed the 3 that we brought with us. We can slap that back in there then, can't we? Put that there. Put that in there. I need to stop carrying this wood around with me. I've got no fucking reason to be carrying wood around. Put that in there. I need to make some more bandages as well because I destroyed them all. And I need to be more prepared to go straight for the little fuckers when I come back in to kill the worms. Otherwise they're going to end up destroying something. Okay, let's get a handle on what it is that we actually need. We need to get the cement mixer going to make concrete. So it's that 8 and 4. I need 160 stone and 80 silica. Oh, one thing I want to get out of the way before I go and waste more durability on my precious pick. It's already down to half. I've barely done anything. Get an iron one. Good on ya. Just as I was about to leave. Yeah, we do need leather there as well, because that's where we're going to end up making what's his face? Flint arrows. Come here, Mr. Rabbit. Give me some soft meat. Ah, no mas. We've got enough stone, we just need 80 silica. Where have our frames disappeared to again? Give me some nice soft meat, Mr. Bunny. The base of mountains is usually a good place to find shit like oxide and sulfur and silica. This place is barren. There's a bit there. Yeah, and we still haven't done anything towards scouting the surrounding caves for possible deep ore deposits. I want to get that out of the way soon as well. The sooner we can get something on that mining up shit, the less we have to do in the grand scheme of things. I mean, with things like silica, it's definitely a help. You can concentrate on collecting other things and making other things while that ticks away gathering you the silica. Then 2-3 hours down the line, when you're ready to use some, you go and collect it and you've got a decent enough amount. That's predicated on the understanding that we spend time to go look for those and put the deep vein miners down. It's like the lottery. You never buy a lottery ticket, you're never going to win. If we don't put the miners down, we'll never have anything. We'll never have anything. Let's put this pick to the test, shall we? I haven't been encumbered with this pick yet. Let's encumber ourselves and then try and walk home with the pick, see what it's like. Where are you? There you are. That's pretty damn good if I do say so myself. And I can run like this with no extra effect on stamina. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, I'm going to go load up on silica then. It's only 11 o'clock in the morning. And this place is nice and peaceful, bar the odd wolf, but we can then smack him with the pick. We'll load up on silica. In the meantime, we'll get rid of our pneumonia, naturally. That'll help. We'll get that much stamina back for mining and, most importantly, running home. We need some more oxide and sulfur as well, though. How much space we got left? Oh, we're good on space. Yeah, I wonder why the dude, Yom, wasn't running with the Nev's pick while he was encumbered, instead of running with the compound bow. He could have run with the Nev's pick, and then when he really needed it, switched to the compound bow. Then he would have been able to get home sooner, and he probably wouldn't have died. Let's go for the silica first. Time to go home then. I'm not wasting the durability on any of these higher level picks on mundane shit. Yeah, we've still got the marker in the right place. I'm happy I got this pick now. I was on the fence about it. I can see why people are raging about it. I wouldn't use it when I'm in a more dangerous area, for sure I wouldn't. If I had the possibility, unless I had a gun, of course. If I had a hunting rifle, then that would be a different story. But with just a bow, to be encumbered when a bear attacks solo, nah, not happening. I'd rather make multiple trips and stay alive. That way's closer. Only one of you this time. That's nice. No, not the bed. Go. Grab some iron from there. Don't really foresee needing to repair it more than twice. Now we need to grab, where's wood? Make some tree sap. Excuse me. Thank you for the follow. I didn't notice the notification. I don't have the audio notification set up yet. I just switched over to OBS recently. Switched back, should I say. I left the Streamlabs OBS behind because they're thieving wankers. That should do on that front. Oh, we've got more sticks, have we? Okay, I didn't realise. We'll throw one more in there then. Well, we've got space for it. You want to leave my house alone, please? Thank you. Why the fuck did he attack? Why did he feel the need to attack? When over here, I should most definitely be out of his line of sight and at a good enough distance that he won't see me. And I wasn't making noise. Oh! No, it's not. I was about to say, oh, it's hardcore, but no, it's not. Oh, it's not hardcore, but it is turned up. Yeah, it's at 10.5. Yeah. Hardcore is turned up to 11. This is 10.5. The Unearthed research, the animals are turned up a little bit. I forgot. Well, we can put that in there so we don't waste space elsewhere. Shut that in there. Put that on the Barbie. Put some sticks in there for now, seeing as we've got nothing else. We're going to have to... Oh, it's got wood in there. Okay, I didn't realise. We'll get you spinning. That'll be enough to get our cement furnace done. What do we have in the way of materials? Well, we're going to have enough platinum to make a platinum pick. So then we can retire the iron one and not have to overuse the sushi and the nevs. Do I have any gold? Did I get any gold from this cave? No, I didn't. We need to get the minimum of gold together and whatever else it is that we need for this dehumidifier. We need 40 gold. Okay, that's like just over one node. We need a bit more copper. And the steel, so we have to turn some iron into steel. Okay. 2 nodes of gold. 2 of copper. Then 3 of iron. Should cover that. And then we can get the dehumidifier down. I want to get rid of the possibility of these little fucking cunts spawning as soon as possible. Then we can close the walls back up. I left that hole in the wall just so I could kill the cunt that spawns there. I'm going to have to chop some wood as well to make some resin, but at least we've got the oxide. We'll go and check out. I'll leave the mega cave. I'll leave the mega cave for now. I want to check out the smaller caves in the area first, because we've got plenty of those, and those are the ones that tend to have the what's his faces. Oh, and we got fucking pneumonia again. Yay. Yeah, I still haven't made a herbalism bench. It's my own fucking fault. Yeah, we need some wood, and we used up all of our wood, didn't we? We'll put coal in there. Give me a little bit of wood, please. I need a herbalism bench. One thing always leads to another, doesn't it? Then if I've got a herbalism bench, I'm going to need a sickle. So I can sickle some yeast instead of picking it, because picking it is for plebs. Yeah. We'll chuck that there. You can go there. I could probably get the material processor or the furnace in there. So I want to put the cement furnace. Well, actually, tell a lie. I'll probably put the cement furnace there and then move the normal furnace there. That's where the generator's going to go. That's where another one's going to go if it'll fit from the ceiling. Guess I might as well put the herbalism bench here. Like so. Well, this was where the fabricator was going to go, but guess we're going to have to rearrange shit, aren't we? We'll find some yeast. We're going to be lucky enough to come across some quickly. And our frames are atrocious again for some reason. Ah, there we go. Some yeast. Gimme, gimme. Nope, that's a carrot. Any more? Yeah, there's some. We might as well get some reed flour if we're here. Bloody hell, what's going on with our fucking frames? Stabilize already. Oh, and some lilies. That'll be good for the stamina shit. We're going to be doing lots of running, so we might as well make use of the stamina pastes. Oh, I'm going to turn that moderation setting back off again. I had a bit of an influx of stupid bots, so I turned on the followers only mode with 10 minutes. We'll just turn it over to any followers. Just having to wait the 10 minutes is a bit harsh for just a normal everyday average person that's actually coming to check out the stream. Fucking bots are annoying. Oh, would you look at that? You didn't respawn. Okay, good. Let's mine that. I didn't notice that I'd left. No, it's further back. I didn't notice that I'd left another node up there. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Oh, that's another thing. I have to reset my fucking cough button. There we go. Oh, are you done? And we can get the cement furnace together, can't we? Of course. Let's get some of that, shall we? Get some rope made. Chuck that on there. We need some epoxy and some charcoal. Like so. Lovely. We won't have to put up with pneumonia for a while. Thank you very much. And we need more rest of that. It's always the way, isn't it? It's always one. Oh great, my torch just went out. There we go. There's the coal. There's the coal. Oh, I've got copper standing by. I didn't realise. Chuck you in there. You and you go in there. You can go in there. Now all we need to do is keep on top of silica and stone input. Keep making concrete so we can get this place turned into a concrete bunker as soon as possible, and we can go on slightly longer excursions. It's nearly 6 p.m, so we'll sleep, and then we're going to go and check out, which is going to be our first victim. We'll go up here first. There's one opposite. Now on our way back, we'll stop off here, and we're probably going to be easily be full by that point. And then we'll just come home, and afterwards we'll hit the one down here in M12 and the one over here in L12. we'll probably only be able to do those one at a time, seeing as they're mediums, and then we'll go and hit the mega over here in K11. Leave the dessert for last. I'm no Justin Hammer. I don't start with my dessert. Yeah, of course you go out now when I actually need you to sleep. There you go, have that. I'll turn it on in just a moment. What was that the sound of? Oh, that. Okay. Grab some of that. Gonna need it. Nine minutes. And of course it's refreshed our fucking ammonia. Yeah, we'll hold on to that because we'll probably have to switch to that for the journey home. We've got all the picks. How many? 20 arrows, that'll do for now. We'll get rid of our ammonia. And we've got the waypoint in the right place. It's about the furthest I'd really be comfortable going until we get the place upgraded to concrete. That and probably down to the first vein to the south. Any further than that and we'll be pushing it. We'll be close to the kind of distance where the area gets unloaded and it will be prone to weather damage even though it's in a sheltered cave. We're going to have to step it up on the silica. To get enough concrete mixed up to flesh out our base. If we keep ourselves a little bit more on track, then what is it today? Wednesday. Then we should easily have this done by Friday, given the amount that we've been playing recently. We can keep this up then with all of the base upgrades I want to do for peace of mind. I'm going to mine all the veins before taking care of the actual objective. We should easily have it done by... I didn't make myself another fucking torch, did I? Well, that doesn't help me, does it? I want sticks, not tea. Sticks and fibre. 4 more sticks, come on. Give me that. I didn't want to come into the back. I didn't look around. I want to be surprised. We'll work our way back nicely. We've got iron. I'm going to end up overtaking my main character with this character. I've been playing with him so much recently. $19.5 million. My other guy's at like 23 or something. 22.5, 23-ish, something like that. These small caves can be seriously loaded sometimes. I'm going to get enough out of this one cave that I'll probably have to go home just with this load and come back again for the other one. It'd be nice if we got some stringy meat though. I'll definitely make a drying rack and slap that on there to get the... I'm missing the 15% melee attack bonus. Mining is so much quicker with it. He swings that pick like a crazy person with that bonus. You want to not fall off of there, thank you. Hey, Stormy. Good, good. How are you today? I got started on another Unearthed research. I spent all my monies yesterday. I bought myself I got one of my other characters, that knife that you got, the G, and I bought another bow, and I finally ponied up and bought myself the Nev's pickaxe. So I'm broke. So I need to do some stuff for the monies. And I enjoyed this one. $650 and hopefully at least 700 exotics. How you doing in game? Good? Oh, I think within relatively short order, I'll have what I want, because I'm at the point now where I'm buying multiples of certain things. Okay, cool, fair enough. I've got 3 bows, so I've got 1 bow for each of my characters, so I could have them all on prospect individually. I bought an extra axe, an extra knife. So I'm at the point now where I'm basically buying doubles or triples so that each of my characters can have one. Brazier? What's the Oh, you mean like the campfire or the furnace? Yeah, okay. The campfire. Yeah, I got that one. I just bought 2 more of those as well, so that each of the characters has one. And I already had 3 oxygen bottles. I just had to buy myself an extra canteen, so I've got 3 of those, so each character can have one. An extra backpack. I got an extra red and an extra green backpack. So I only had 2 of those. Oh, cool. Sweet. And you did it you did it through just pure organic gameplay. So and that was in like a couple of days. So it's not particularly difficult. The people, like I one after the other, I see people in Discord complaining about how hard it is to get to level 50 and they're never going to fucking unlock this and that. And they're talking about it being like level 25, 26. And they always die and get pushed back because they lose their progress. I'm like, then play slightly less aggressively, or go to a safe zone mission where you can just go through the motions with the lower level predators and not have so much of an issue to get yourself up to the level you want to be at. Get some practice in instead of complaining about it being so hard. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that if people like the developers of Horizon Zero Dawn had similar feedback and input from players as the guys making this game had? How different a setting like Ultra Hard might have become. It's great that the players have so much input, but the developers really need to try and balance out more of what it is that they pay attention to tweak the game. Because some aspects of it have been seriously over nerfed because they're paying too much attention to whingers and whiners on the Twitter, and they need to dig their heels in a little more and be more assertive about what it is that they want to do with the game. It's one thing to have that that feedback there. It's a completely another story as to whether you act on it or not. and the latter is much more important, because there's always been and there's always going to be complainers. It just comes down to how much credence they give to all of that feedback. I don't think they've been strong enough in their own convictions, and they've taken too much on board from a fairly weak-assed player base. There's a bunch of things that they could have easily left as difficult as they were back in the beta, and the game would be all the better for it, but it's been changed since because people whine too much. No, exactly. Honestly, mate, you don't even need the quote-unquote right stuff. I've got a level 0 character. I'll drop into the Riverlands for you, run around for 2 minutes and make myself a wood bow and stone arrows and be able to kill that thing without breaking a sweat. That just comes down to the level of practice you have at jousting bears. It's all doable from day one. You just need to have a little bit of practice. Yeah, so the people that are like fresh out of the gate that have 20 hours in the game start complaining about things, they need to fucking cry me a river. Oh yeah, you see? Exotics! Woo! Come on, son. Have it. Have some. Have it. Go on. I don't care. You could spit at me all you want. There's exotics. And gold. We should have started with this cave. Oh, you can even do it with the you can even do it with bears, mate. Yeah, you just need to get into the rhythm of jousting with them. I pulled off completing Voyager with a completely fresh character, starting from level 0 and working my way up, and I finished that one mission at level 45, and I wasn't lacking anything. I wasn't longing for anything that I wasn't able to unlock. Yeah, and that's a hardcore mission. If that's doable in that respect, then you've got absolutely no problems whatsoever in doing the lower level missions as a fresh character. People just complain too much. They're used to complaining and getting their way. Why am I now overweight? Let's put these things on, shall we? What extra can we get out of it? 11 kilos. Well, we'll come back for you, my beauty. Stay here. It's okay. I'll take care of you. I'll be gentle. Yeah, I'll use my best pick on you. I promise. That's funny. I didn't know that. I've heard of some people playing around with bears and hitting them with the fire whacker and killing them with that. I haven't heard anyone punching one to death yet. That must have taken you ages. I doubt you got very many critical hits on it. Oh, in the water. Yeah. Fair enough. Still, it must have taken a while getting critical punches on its face. That's a good job, that is. That's well done. Three. Oh, okay, yeah. Thought as much. I mean, the grand scheme of things, if you think about it, if you do it with a knife, it's going to be like 7 or 8 hits. And that's what, less than 10-15 seconds. If you compare that to like a good 5-minute slog, that's a marathon, that. Oh, it's doable. We were talking about it on Discord the other day. Someone was talking about killing a bear with a knife, but without the knife, insert just your fists. When you're doing the jousting, yeah, you're running to he's running towards you, and you run towards it, and you jump out of the way. If you turn around quickly enough and go up on him, he still hasn't turned around to come back at you. Then you could have the opportunity to punch him before you then jump out of the way again. It's doable. It'll take practice at getting the right balance of when to turn around. Oh, that's pretty slick. Yeah, I guess before the release of the DLC, there were no. You just had the straight up spear, because you get the spear mods in the Frozen Worlds, don't you? Still, even on normal, a thunder draw is outside of the actual military machines, the original Pharaoh robots, like the Deathbringer. The Thunderjaw is at the. Well, I don't know if he's at the top. If he's the apex predator, really. Probably the what's his face would be the Stormbird, because it flies. It could get out of the way of the Thunderjaw. But still, he's one of the apex predators. That's still a feat, even on normal. How much weight do we have left? Fuck all. Okay. Oh, yeah, and we had to get the fucking Rona, didn't we? Oh, I can imagine. I was going back and watching my highlights. Took me nearly 10 minutes to down Redmore, even with all the weapons. But yeah, granted, that was an ultra hard, but still. 10-20 minutes with just the spear, that's a good one. Oh, I forgot. I'm gonna have to call the stream soon, because I ordered some groceries and they should be delivering them any minute now. I asked for delivery between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. It's 3 o'clock, so the delivery guy might be calling soon. Now I can imagine getting underneath that thing is suicidal. I had to stop watching the YouTube videos of Forbidden West. It was just doing my head in. It's fucking making my heart ache. I so want to play that fucking game. Fucking Sony and their exclusivity to a console you can't even fucking buy. Because there's never any on the shelves. Wankers. Oh, I can imagine you could definitely got to have the planets align and have everything happen just right in that kind of situation. You didn't respawn this time? What about you? No? No one? Fair enough. Let's chuck the gold in there. We'll make ourselves 50 steel. Where are you, steel? 50 steel. Chuck the rest in there together with the copper. By the looks of it, you both need a bit more coal. And I'm going to carry on holding on to the titanium because it also always takes precedence over the steel and the other things that I want to get done first. That's one thing that they should change as far as I'm concerned. For the furnace to work in order of what's in its inventory, not in order of what recipes are here. Because it's annoying. You want, like, steel and platinum are things that you're going to want to use before titanium. Like, titanium is the last thing in the pecking order. Yeah, so either titanium should be at the bottom, or it should follow the order of the things that are placed in the inventory. Because that takes the longest to smelt, and if you're not paying attention and throw the titanium in there when you're waiting for steel, you could be waiting for a fucking hour. Let's go and chop some wood while we're waiting for some of that to smelt up, because we need it for making resin. So we can get the electronics made to make that dehumidifier to make things a little bit more comfortable in the cave. Yeah, we'll carry on chopping wood. We're going to need a bunch of it anyway. Oh! We need stone as well. Silly Billy. Get the cement mixer going. Is that a wolf? No, it's just a stone. Oh, that's cool. But you also used to stream, no? I seem to remember looking before you have like a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel of your own with quite a few followers. Okay. How come you don't anymore? Just out of curiosity. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I had a bit of that when I stepped away from Icarus, when I was playing Avon Colony and Prey. I didn't really stream much of that. It was just a couple of weeks though. I like the fact that they changed the mining. It used to be if you saw the... Am I going to find an example of it? Another one. It used to be if you saw this mining icon, it didn't necessarily mean you could hit something. If you saw the little pop out where it said stone next to it, then you could hit something and actually get something. But now they've changed it so that as long as you see this mining icon and you swing, you actually hit something. I guess it was a bit of a compromise because there's a lot of ores that are sunken into like the floor or the wall enough that you can't necessarily always get a clean hit to mine the whole thing without some of it disappearing into the floor or the wall. It still happens, but less frequently now. Because anything below the surface to a certain degree you can still hit. Let's chuck that in there, shall we? See how much is ready. Yeah. Give me a second. Forgot about you. Oh, we've got some copper on the go already. Nice. That's all ready, so we can throw the steel in there. Plonk. Get the gold. Oh, we can probably make a platinum pick now. And we can forego the iron one. What do we need? Probably need some steel. Oh no, wood and leather. Wood, leather. There we go. Wood and leather. One platinum pick, please. Oh, it was about to break anyway. Perfect timing. We might as well get a little bit of stuff back, seeing as we're never going to use that again. The platinum one, when I go to make the titanium, I usually just put aside in case I die. I put them in the anvil, so if I die, I can just grab stuff from there. It's like a spare. Where are we? Steel. I can't remember what it is that I wanted to make now. Why was I working towards that stuff? Was it that? It was that, I think, but I haven't found the deep ore vein yet. And we need some more epoxy, so we're going to have to kill some things. We've been playing pretty light on the murder lately. The animals have been safe around me. I'm going to have to change that. I don't really want to take these. Might as well. It's not like it really matters. I can't take them home, can I? Once you've opened the bundle of arrows, that's it. Even if you don't fire a single one, you don't get to take any back. And you can't rebundle them to take them home. Oh. I was thinking to myself, why is it that I wanted to come out and kill things? Because I need bones. Well, I need to go to the bathroom and I want to order some food and have something to eat, and my groceries should be here more or less any minute now. Oh, you use the disc launcher. Well, that's also good that you did it with one setup of health. I'm going to wait for it to save and then call it here for this early stream. Have something to eat and then wait for my groceries, and then I'll come back to it later on in the afternoon. How much shield? Oh, you mean with the armor you get down in the cave? I can't remember what they call it now. Okay. It's a little odd though that shield takes a hit and basically drains, and then you have to wait so long for it to regenerate. Even if something lower level hits you, it basically drains the shield, and then you have to wait. I would have thought it'd be more logical that if something that was weaker hits you, it drains some of the shield, but not all of it. It more or less drains the majority of it whenever you get hit by something. Oh, I'll do it, mate. I mean, if you're feeling it, when I took, I mean, you remember just a couple of weeks ago when I took a little bit of time off from this, I went straight back to Horizon. It was fun. I didn't get into it quite as avidly as I had when I first played it through the first two times, but I was still enjoying it for sure. That's the problem with those kinds of games. After a while, I can't seem to get myself into the right frame of mind, or the same frame of mind as I was when I originally start playing it. You know, I lose that zeal for it. I had interest in playing it again, but I didn't really have the same zeal for it. There wasn't anything really pushing me forward to achieve something. I was definitely taking a lot more risks than I otherwise would do, and dying in situations that I know I shouldn't be, just because I didn't really care as much. It's why I find it hard to go back to Death Stranding. In 7 days, the director's cut of Death Stranding comes out, and because I've already got the game, it's only going to be a $10 extra purchase, and I'm going to get that just so I can see the difference and get the little extras that they're going to release with it. There's going to be a bunch of there's going to be a bunch of challenges and everything. From what I could see, there's going to be just like Hideo did with things like Metal Gear. There's going to be like a tournament style system where you have to go through certain set missions with stealth and you know, different options within a set period of time. And I can imagine there's going to be pretty big tournaments when it comes to that, as well as races. There's racing with different kinds of vehicles that we haven't seen in the main game. That'll be interesting, as well as extra things in the game. So, really depending on what this week and next week's update brings with Icarus, I might take another break from it when the director's cut of Death Stranding comes out in a week, exactly a week from now. Next week Wednesday, the director's cut comes out, and I'm definitely buying that. I missed out on the deluxe edition of Death Stranding, so I don't have all of the bells and whistles that people received with the deluxe edition, but I don't want to miss out on the director's cut. I don't know why this guy has to be so pedant. Ah, never mind. Another fucking Discord jockey. And judging by the name, he's German, so he's probably got zero humour. Oh, here we go. I just got a text message. Yep. Any minute now, I'm going to be getting a phone call that my grocery's here. I just got a text message from the delivery guy. So I'm going to kill this wolf. And I'm going to call it here. Go and accept the groceries from Mr. Delivery Man. And then I'll order some food. Turn to character. Order some food and have a little bit of rest and come back to it in the afternoon. Okie dokie, mate. Well, I hope you get a bolt of inspiration. I'll see everyone later. Ciao.